Alright, let's try this again. Let's see if we got quality options. We do. Perfect. Alright, let's get things going. Hey Girl 2.0, welcome in. We're just getting started, waiting for the festival to arrive. Lord Helmet, welcome in. Matisse Tech, welcome in as well. Trying to get my levels all straightened out right now. Yeah, it's quiet in here for a minute. It won't be so quiet here in a little bit. Let's see if we got things ready to go. Navigator. I'm about to start making a lot of noise myself. Subscription, Matisse. I'll say hello real quick. Real quick. Thank you for that subscription as well. boy. We got the hype train going early before our raid's even here. Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome. We are just getting started. Welcome in, everybody. Anybody that's new, this is an open set stream. What you're seeing in front of you. Once I unfreeze the microscope camera, is sand under the microscope reprojected. Polarized light, all sorts of fun things. Let me go back to my primary scene. I'll show you what you're actually looking at. After I turn the ocean off. Thank you, Fantastic Plastics, for an amazing set and a great lead-in to our closing set for Autumn Awe tonight. I have way too many elements in my OBS, so let's turn off the ocean. We'll first turn off the ocean's LSD. Now we'll turn off the ocean. Now we'll turn off this getting started stuff. We can keep our cat, though. But these are the grains of sand that we're looking at under the microscope, am I right? Sand might sound a little boring, but when you polarize it and magnify it, what are we at, 400x, it looks pretty nice, especially if you take a little OBS trickery and you reflect it, make it transparent, reproject it with a virtual camera, and you get this lovely stuff. Goes pretty well with some synthesizers, if you ask me. peel it back for a minute. Let me greet everyone properly. Welcome, welcome. This is an open set stream. I typically stream a mixture of science, arts, and music together. How those play together goes any sort of way today. I have a lot of things prepared for us today. I have crystallized some Epsom salt and monoammonium phosphate on slides. I've prepared some leaves because I have a background in plant biology, and this is autumn awe. It is the fall, so we might talk a little bit about leaf abscission and see some cool looking features under the microscope. And obviously, we're going to jam out on the synthesizers and the theremin, and we'll see what else we want to pull out. I got this fun little RC505 in my lap that we're using to build loops and all that. Otherwise, we're on the Moog Sub 37 as our primary synthesizer. We have our Arturia Mini Brute 2S as our sequencer, a little bit of modular gear up there above the Mini Brute, and the Drum Brute Impact, hammering those drums. I'll switch up the kick. Switch up some instruments here, and we're gonna go and we're gonna pull a little funny business now. You guys like the game of life? was a fun jam. That was a very fun jam. I got a little more carried away than I intended to be. There was a big hype train. There were a whole bunch of subs and a whole bunch of bits. Thank you guys so much for those. Who would I have to thank in here? Let me scroll for a second here. Bardic Perspiration, thank you so much. Schmeghead, also with some bits right over there. I'm scrolling too fast. I need to scroll slower. Juggalo Zizek, 10 subscriptions. Thank you so much, my friend. Matisse also gifting a sub, along with Standard Average. Fake Sun Kid also subscribing. Control Delete with bits. I'm losing between follows and all these things. Ganj the Unjust subscription. Thank you so much. Lord Helmet as well. As you guys can tell, I'm bad with my mouse wheel on here. Rockroll Martin, 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. Starchface coming in at 27 months. Thank you so much, my friend. Mind of a Snail, Standard Average again. God, there's so many things to scroll through on here. Coffee with 1,000 bits as well. Oh my God. You guys are paying for my slides this month. No, not a problem with that at all. Make a Yui, is that how I say your name there? Also with 500 bits. Standard Average with this resubscribe. God, I'm getting so lost here. Ruddage CZ. Darth Derpinator. Love that name. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much for all the P-chops. Every time I scroll, I see more, and I see more, and I see more, and I see more, and I see more. And Izzy as well, welcome on in, Izzy. Targus Songs with the raid as I'm scrolling through, thanking all these people. Thank you guys so much. As I said earlier, we are currently looking at sand under the microscope. It's looking all crazy. We are about to switch our slide, and I can take feedback from the chat with a couple options. Option number 1, crystals. Option number 2, bubbles. Option number 3, vinegar and soap. So again, crystals. What did I say is the second one? I forgot what I even said for the second one. I know I said vinegar and soap for the last one. I forgot what I said for the second. Bubbles, yes. So let me know in chat what people want. I will kind of gauge. Right now it's looking like bubbles are in the lead. We will be going through all of those tonight, but it's just a matter of which one we get to first. And again, here is our primary scene where we currently have the individual grades of sand. I will zoom backwards a notch. And as I also promised, we're also going to talk a little bit about leaf abscission and do all sorts of fun things in here. We have a lot of things going on. There are so many things in here for me to turn off and on. Here's a little sample of one. You guys like a little, you've heard of a Klein bottle, but how about a Klein Taurus? Okay. So it actually looks like crystals are in the lead. So how about we take a little note, we'll see the crystals, and then we'll do some bubbles. And you can see, I put a star on this slide as I was making them because this was the good one. This got good crystals on it. You see, drew me a little star on there. You see, this is just some Epsom salts and monoammonium phosphate dissolved in water, crystallized on the slide. Let's see how it looks. Be prepared if you have never seen this. Be prepared if you have never seen this. My regulars have seen this before. So here it is under standard light, but we're going to polarize the light because they're birefringent crystals. Polarized, get rid of some of that white space, and we get some lovely, lovely colors emerging. In different regions of this crystallized in different ways since I forced it to crystallize quickly with a blowtorch. Okay, let me find a nice colorful spot. There. There is a nice colorful spot for us. We'll go in a notch closer. There we go. There we go. Yes, birefringent, also called birefractive. Their refractive index depends on the polarization of the light entering it. Okay, now let's mirror it and do the effects. There we go. As some of you will note, I have some new virtual camera settings. For people that want to see it just normally mirrored, I'll turn off the transparency for a quick second. There it is, just normally mirrored. And yeah, the reason why they have the dynamic index of refraction, as you put it, is because of the non-parallel structure in their crystalline structure. So something with 90-degree bonding angles, like table salt, does not do this. But this, as you could tell in the primary camera, you can actually tell, looking at these, that they will have this property because they're bonding angles. Look at the angles on these crystals. Those are not 90-degree angles. Not by a long shot. And there's some other regions on here. Look, there we go. This one looks a little bit like a topographical map, colored in all sorts of crazy, trippy colors. And if you want to see something that looks like this without polarizing filters but has 90-degree angles, bismuth crystals look something like this in normal light, but they're not transparent for me to put under a microscope. So let's go back here. Let's turn back on the transparency. Oh, it is on. Let's switch our virtual camera. And let's bring in a friend. I think you guys know who our friend is that's going to come hang out with us. This new sequence a second. it gets glitchy. Hey, Cyberbun, welcome in. All right, let's make us a new sequence now. Would someone in chat like to influence my sequence by giving me a 16-digit binary number? I will take the first one that I get. It's going to help me make my sequence. A 16-digit binary number. Anybody is allowed to. In other words, 16 ones and or zeros. All right, Gnome Fire has us. Now, would somebody else like to give me a number that is... How many digits do I want? Someone give me an 8-digit number. It can be any 8-digit number that you want. This will help influence the sequence as well. All right, Matisse has us. We ready to hear what we've got? I'm obviously going to have to tweak the sound a little bit as we go, but let's hear what our chat-influenced sequence sounds like. We got some funky timing. We can work with this. Let's stretch out some notes. Let's squeeze some together. Just had to stretch it out. bring this down a little bit. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. We can keep our kick drum though. All right, guys. Now, this is interactive AV Fest, so I'm going to try to be interactive as much as I'm looking over there at the synthesizer over there when I'm not looking at chat. So, as I said before, we're going to take one of our other requests here with our microscope, and we're going to do some bubbles. The bubbles look gorgeous when we do this. They don't last for a whole... Oh, and Targus subscribed! Thank you, Targus, as well! The other day, me and some other music streamer friends were having a lot of fun hanging out on Targus' stream. He is an incredibly talented keyboardist. And a great vocalist, too. I've seen very few people pull off Radiohead covers like he does. Very, very few. Okay. Bubble time. Bubble time! Let's grab us a slide. And the other thing we might have to get to tonight is banana time. A little throwback. Because the bananas actually look amazing under the microscope. So, let's grab us a slide. Let's grab our foaming hand soap. Right, yeah. And I'm going to put a little bit of bubbles on my finger and dab down on the slide. Hey, Seahorse, welcome in. If you... I know I missed a lot of chat, so I might be saying hello to people that have been here for a while. Alright, is this line? There it goes. Bubbles. Don't drop the bubbles on the synthesizer. It's nice to have a clean Moog, but it doesn't necessarily need soap. Okay, bubbles on the hands. Now let's cover slip it. Slow that down to a heartbeat now. The anticipation. Let's put a cover slip on these bubbles to flatten them out for the microscope. Cover slip applied. Now let's put it under the microscope. And then we'll be ready to chat about some of this stuff for a little bit. Bubbles. Mirrored bubbles. We can turn the transparency off now, I believe. Let's zoom in one notch. So, oh yes, I was very excited to stream today. People might know I've been very busy for a while. Starting to get some free time here now that October's coming in. And we're gonna have some fun things planned here on Twitch for October, because as many people might know, Halloween is my birthday, and I like to do something fun on Twitch around my birthday. Halloween's a fun birthday too. put on a weird effect. Alright, synthesizer. Time for the weird effect. Can we successfully navigate duo mode like this? This might be a little tricky, but we're going to try it anyway. Oh, we can. Why is that doing that? Drum machine's doing something very strange. Why is it doing that? What is causing that? It's doing like a double kick. I turn it on sometimes. It's doing it on every note that I turn on the kick. Okay, that's incredibly odd. Let's just blank that out and let's start a whole new pattern. Alright, now we'll use the RC505. That works. No double kick there. Let's go backwards a level of magnification. Oh, wow. Look at those little tiny bits in the fluid. That looks pretty amazing. I don't know what those little tiny bits are. I would guess... Actually, I hesitate to guess. We'll see it on the big screen. Those appear to be tiny, tiny, tiny air bubbles. I can zoom in one more level and try to confirm that there are air bubbles. Do we have bubbles within bubbles? We do. Those are extra small air bubbles. Bubbles within bubbles. This is the bubble version of Inception right here. Although it's funny that people use the term Inception like that for like a dream within a dream, when the context of even the movie, the Inception was implanting the idea part, not the recursive nature of the thing being explored. Those little bubbles are actually pretty awesome. Let me go back like this. Forgotten Pikmin, you related to the Forgotten Astronaut by any chance? Little Bungorf, welcome in! There's that duo mode. Jeff and Izzy, welcome in. How was your stream? We are currently looking at bubbles under the microscope and partying with our party cat. And of course, jamming on the synthesizer. Here's some of those bubbles. There's some of those bubbles right there. With micro bubbles included. Bubbles within bubbles. Come on, stay in focus. Time to peel back the nebula just a little bit. Alright, nebula effect peeled back a little bit. Oh no, I do not like that. peel it back all the way. There we go. There's a sweet spot. Has some bass. we're bringing it back down again. Now, man, I keep on wanting to switch to the leaf slide, but these bubbles are like so mesmerizing. Let's go back to the primary scene. What is it about bubbles? This fascinates little children and still fascinates me as an adult, although in a very different way now. Look at that. There's little tiny eddy currents swirling around in there as these things move. That's what I was focusing on. Get my mouse on the screen. I was focusing on this little eddy current going on right here. That's really awesome. Now, what was I even about to say? The synthesizers have a way of like overwhelming even my thoughts. It's all about the membrane. It's because we live in a little bubble. That's a good observation right there. Was talking with a friend a little bit ago. We were talking about the quote-unquote bubbles that we are in throughout lives and throughout our lives and throughout history as well. It was spurred on by the intro to what book was it? I think it was the an intro in the Schrodinger's Cat trilogy from Robert Anton Wilson about how organisms on Earth were first in their protective quote-unquote bubble of the oceans. And that was the first big excursion, was breaking out of that bubble of the ocean. And now they're on the land. And there's a next protective bubble that gets breached as humanity ejects itself from the atmosphere. The next bubble being the very gravity well of the Earth itself. And even further beyond that, the next bubble, the gravity well of the sun. a much harder bubble to breach. Although each of those is a pretty big step. Oceans to land, land out of the atmosphere, out of the gravity well. God, that is such a nice little view. So, do we have a thought on, I guess we'll do the leaf next, and I'll do my little explanation like I promised about a leaf abscission for our fall vibes. Let me bring some of this down to where I can hear myself speak. Over those toms just a little bit more. And by the way, for those of you that are new, I come on to stream and I improvise. That is how the music goes. I don't really, try to memorize what I did last time and everything like that. I remember a couple settings that I like and all that, but this is improv. Earth's iron core creating a magnetic field. Now, oh, thank you for those bits. Yes, we're gonna, we'll take a look at the leaf in just a second. Now, let's talk a little bit about leaf abscission in the fall, the process of leaves falling. First off, the proper name for that is abscission, abscission, I believe it is, and it's a pretty interesting process. A lot of people wonder how plants time things, how they quote-unquote know what to do, how their overall body processes are organized and coordinated. Being animals, we're accustomed to usually thinking about the way that our body actions are coordinated is through a nervous system, and obviously plants do not have neurons. But they have the other primary feature for body coordination that animals also have. It's the one that we pay a little less attention to, and that is hormones. Hormones are of the utmost importance for why plants do what they do. And despite the hormone abscisic acid being called abscisic acid, it is not the chief hormone responsible for leaf abscission. It's responsible for many, many other things, though. Anybody who's studied plants before will know of the hormone auxin. Auxin is one of the primary growth hormones in a plant, and what occurs that causes abscission in a plant is a cascade of different hormones fighting for power over what a cell is going to do. And let's go ahead and get this leaf on the microscope, and I'll tell you guys a little bit about what's going on here. So, essentially all the cells in a plant are capable, all the living cells anyway, are capable of producing various hormones. And the other one other than auxin that's important here is ethylene. Ethylene is a hydrocarbon that also behaves as a hormone in plants. Ethylene is the hormone that is responsible for fruit ripening when it does. Ethylene is a gas. It can also be dissolved within a plant. There's our little leaf. There's the venation running through the middle of the leaf. Now, there's the petiole. Let's see if I can focus. So leaves have their venation running through the leaves. You'll note our mosses do not have veins, but this is from an angiosperm, and all angiosperms have veins. And this little region over here, where the leaf connects to the stem, is called the petiole, P-E-T-I-O-L-E. This is the site of abscission. In fact, that is the spot where it would have gone through abscission had I not plucked it from the plant. So, as long as the leaf and all these healthy mesophyll cells that you're seeing through the cuticle here, the way a plant's leaf goes is top is cuticle, next layer is the mesophyll. You have these different types of mesophyll, like the palisade mesophyll, but that's where the main action of a leaf occurs, such as absorbing sunlight, holding water, and all those great things. Now, when it's in its normal healthy state, it is producing a plentiful amount of auxin. But deciduous plants and evergreens as well have pre-programmed cell senescence. Senescence is the process of biological aging. And as a leaf cell comes toward the end of its lifespan through pre-programmed aging and senescence, it ceases producing nearly as much auxin, which causes what we call a reverse auxin gradient, where the stem of the plant contains more auxin than the leaf does. And when this auxin gradient inversion occurs, this causes certain types of cells to become more responsive to ethylene, that hormone that's responsible for fruits ripening. And ethylene can trigger a variety of different genes to be expressed, or really transcription factors in a variety of the cells. But what it triggers in the petiole cells is a group of hydrolytic enzymes who specialize in breaking down the cell walls of plants. Chief among them is cellulase. You may have heard of cellulose, the most common carbohydrate in plant cell walls. Cellulase is the enzyme that destroys it. So, as the petiole cells become responsive to ethylene, the ethylene coaxes them to produce enzymes that break down the cell walls in the cells within the petiole. And if you're breaking down your cell walls, you're breaking down the cell's ability to bind to each other. And if you're breaking apart the cell's ability to bind to each other, it will eventually fall off. And that's what causes the actual split from the rest of the plant, is that auxin gradient inversion as the cells in the leaf age out. And then ethylene takes over and tells them what to produce. A biologist friend had an apt analogy for talking about multicellular organisms, and that they're really kind of like big Rube Goldberg machines, the most complicated Rube Goldberg machines, where this causes that, causes that, causes that, causes that, causes that, causes that. Because when I talked about the gradient inversion transcription, I really skipped over about 6 different chemical signals that go on back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We're not really so interested in that. The more interesting part is when I talked about the senescence in deciduous plants. What makes a deciduous plant, why they lose their leaves every growing season, is because of that aging process and what type of clock is associated with it. They have a senescence of 1 growing season. Evergreens, despite the name evergreen, they do lose their leaves. They just don't lose it every growing season. What makes an evergreen is their leaf cell senescence, if you can say that in one go, has an age of more than 1 growing season. In fact, I believe a lot of the fir trees and whatnot have senescence of something like 4 to 6 years. Deciduous trees being hormonal. Well, they just trigger their hormones more often in their leaves anyway. And you might ask, why did plants come up with this split of ones that lose their leaves every year and others that don't lose their leaves every year? What is the possible advantage? As it turns out, you do not tend to find deciduous trees in tropical climates or in rainforests or in very warm places. Do we have any Australians in here today that might know a couple facts about a eucalyptus tree? Because eucalyptus trees share a lot of the characteristics that deciduous trees do, but they don't drop their leaves every single year. Now, the reason we think that deciduous trees adapted to be like this is primarily for water conservation. Leaves are the primary site of evapotranspiration, and in most climates, winter aligns with the dry season. So it might make sense for them to go into a kind of hibernation state, drop their leaves and stop evaporating water to hold on to the water they do inside their body and wait for the next wet season. Helps with energy preservation during lean times. Well, that would be one major factor that goes into there, is if you don't have adequate water, then you can't go through photosynthesis properly. So you can't then produce really the energy that you need. So you can't just hang on to that with your water as you go. Now, there is another consideration here where it is also believed that the actual dropping of the leaves in this is one way to combat what would be insect predation during what would be called a slow period for the plant as it grows through the winter in reduced light conditions. So they can pull their sugars out of their leaves, store them in the roots, drop the leaves, and then as they're going through the winter, where they wouldn't really gather that much energy anyway, they're at least not having the sugars in their leaves eaten away by insects. I believe there's a couple other theories going on, but trees were not my area of specialty when I was doing plant biology. As people in here may know, my specialty was in the sweet potato, the morning glory family of plants. Sweet potatoes not that closely related to potatoes or yams. Fun fact. Now, that's a little look at the leaf, a little explanation behind senescence. Now, I have a whole bunch of other things that I think that we're going to take a look at. I think the next one that we're going to do is the vinegar and the soap. Which I've tried this only once before, and it worked really, really well. So let's grab this vinegar. Yes, sweet potato plants are very beautiful. So you can see that it makes sense that they're closely related to a common ornamental plant with morning glories. Because the flowers on a sweet potato look very close to morning glories. And when I was working on the sweet potato genome project, to coax the sweet potatoes to produce more flowers, we would graft the top half of a sweet potato plant to the bottom half of a morning glory plant. And the morning glory plant has been bred to crank out a bunch of flowering hormones. So the root system of the morning glory would crank those flowering hormones into the top half of our sweet potato plant, and you can get a whole bunch more flowers off your sweet potato that way for the purposes of propagating more pollen and seeds, which when you're on a genomics project, you're trying to get as many flowers and seeds as possible. Okay, so we have here, big camera, we have some raw unfiltered apple cider vinegar. Raw unfiltered is important here because we are interested in the microbes. Distilled vinegar, not really so good for microbes because yeasts have a really great way of interacting with these polarizers. So I need to do this cautiously. Last time I did this, I'm probably going to do this again. Last time I did this, I got vinegar on my hands, and I was just smelling apple cider vinegar all night. So let's grab a slide. Slide, slide, slide. And we're going to pair this with some dish soap to increase viscosity so that the liquid flows don't just immediately disappear right after we put it on the slide. And for that, we have some normal dish soap. Would you be able to graft deciduous and coniferous cut wood together? I do not think that they would graft well together. I think they would be too distantly related. But as I said before, I am also no expert on trees. Tree grafting is its own whole special art form. But you'll note when you see grafted trees, they tend to be things that are closely related to each other. Like one tree that grows 8 different varieties of apples because they've grafted 8 different apple branches to the same apple tree. Alright, good little swirl in here to really get those yeasts going. I'm gonna pour some into the cap, then onto the slide. Imagine if I just accidentally spilled vinegar all over the synths. What a disaster that would be. Alright, I'm going to use the Q-tip that I brought. This is a precarious situation. Got some. Alright, cap back on the vinegar. Cover slip for this. And then we need a paper towel to blot this. Because I also don't want my microscope smelling like vinegar. Okay. All right, here it goes. Let's find us a good spot. Right near those bubbles might work well. And let's zoom in now. Look at that. Oh. Whoa. Whoa now. Whoa now. Whoa. Whoa. go. Yeah, there's a wave pool in here. Hope the microbes are ready. Alright, I think we can turn off our dancing cat for a little bit. If I can even see where I put him. There he is. So we got kind of a foreground flow and a background flow. And it's pretty cool to see. That back there is a whole bunch of yeast glowing. At least I think. I haven't zoomed in near far enough to see an individual yeast cell. All right. That is pretty sweet. All right, we're going to switch up some settings here. Synthesizer, we're going to scratch that patch. We're going to go totally new. Now let's cut our drums. And those other drums too. All right. Let's make new music. New music. One oscillator. Second oscillator. M is me. Welcome in. M is me is one of those streamers where I happen to have something that she made. Hiding in a book. I've got a couple things she made. Got me these cute little leather bookmarks showing where some of my favorite poems are in my books. Now, what we got under the microscope right now, Em, is we have apple cider vinegar with a whole bunch of yeast in it and soap polarized, and that's what this is. Doing this cool stuff for us. We've been looking around at it, making all sorts of weird visuals. Look at that cluster of bubbles. That is such a good cluster of bubbles right there. That is pretty sweet. I hope you had a good stream. If you have any questions about what's going on here, just let me know. We're at the tail end of the Autumn Awe Festival, but I think you already know how the weirdness in here often goes. Now let's start making some loops. We still have our 2 loops of drums ready to go should we want to bring them back. But let's see, where are we going to take this? Let's bring back the nebula. We're going to stay down low first. No, I liked it with the higher note in there too. There, that feels right. All right, we're going to loop with this. I'm going to mute my mic for a second as we lay down this low layer. Layers added. Now new effect. We're trying some things out first before we decide what to add to the loop. We're about to test a little bit of ARP. Tom, thanks. Welcome in. Oh, I appreciate the subscription. Closing out Autumn Awe Fest. We'll catch you another night. I'm going to be around a lot more this October now that I've finished up a lot of the projects that I was working on in September. Should I do it? Should I hit the drums? I don't know if I should. I feel like I should adjust the microscope first. Because what I'm very tempted to do right now is this. But we know where that leads. If it wasn't late night, I would go downstairs and I would get the didgeridoo. Hey Jeff, we mixed vinegar and soap. Those are microscopic air bubbles in the vinegar. I'll go backwards one notch for you. The cloudy stuff in the background is yeast. This part I think is starting to dry out over there. Yeah, we got tiny bubbles. Whoops, wrong scene. What other fun things do I have in here? Oh, well, I have another dancing friend in here. Thank you for that subscription, JJ! Alright, is this guy slowed down? Hey Tracy, welcome in. I did watch that trailer. Although I will tell you that the trailer made me kind of wonder about the movie. Seems like it might be a little quirky, if you know what I mean after having seen it. Oh, that doesn't work too well with the chroma key on it. How about a luma key? Ooh, that's weird. Ghost goose. Ghost goose dancing it up. What is this? This is now a goose stream. There, you gotta see the fancy footwork. God, the craziness on the right side where the luma key messed up. Yes, Untitled Goose stream here. About to build me an Untitled Goose synthesizer. Alright, we need to lay down some more loops. What are we going to put in here? I kind of like the ARP. I think we're going to go with a little bit ARP. Alright, let's record some ARP. I totally forgot to change the loop length on that one, so I wound up just doing ARPs on top of ARPs. It's not too bad, though. Let's think of the next thing to add. That's what we add. I'm going to change the loop length this time. We're going to add some of that type of thing. All right. Right about there.
down. Maybe we go down, down, down. Maybe that's where we go. No.
I don't think this warrants any vocals. It's just kind of fun playing it.
It's a little drastic when I turn that filter off. RubeTube, welcome in! How's your stream tonight? From Bloom Scroll to Doom Scroll. I get the same type of thing with my voice in the modulator on here. We'll hear it without all the music on top of it. Whoa.
So, this is at the top end, and then going down, 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 higher, 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 higher. Now with some reverb. Going
Down. Now here's about where we read the Book of the Dead from. Maybe that's what we're missing tonight. This, Book of the Dead. Man, the synth sounds weird with this, transpose on it. Let's not do that. Let's see if I can remember which one of these was the drone. I think it was this one. It is. I don't think it sounds menacing enough to do with the Satan voice, though.
So we're going to take that off for now. We're going to create a menacing drone loop. Or maybe menacing is the wrong word. How about mysterious? We ready to switch our scales and go mysterious mode? We do need to switch our reverb algorithm, though. Let's go with the black hole verb. One of the favorites. Here's where we're gonna go for some mysterious vibes. Alright, how in the world are we going to make a loop with this? I think right in that range. Alright, let's give it a shot. This might be a dud, but we'll give it a shot anyway. Alright, we got some loops. We'll see what they do with us.
Alright, are we prepared for Devil Voice now? Do we sound spooky enough for the Book of the Dead? I think we got a pretty spooky vibe going now. Alright, let me grab the Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead acquired. Alright, let me fix chat. There, fixed it. Alright, we're gonna go for a favorite first. My favorite spell in the Book of the Dead. The one that we've probably read the most on stream. Spell number 40. I'll share the picture before the spell. Here is the picture that goes with the spell. You can try to figure out what's going on right here if you'd like. Spell number 40 of the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead is titled, For Repelling Him Who Swallowed an Ass. Get back, you male whom Osiris detests, whose head Thoth has cut off. I have done everything in respect of you, which was said about you in the Ennead, in order to carry out your destruction. Get back, you whom Osiris in the Neshmet bark detests, when he sails southward with a fair wind. Purify yourselves, all you gods, and fell with shouting, the enemies of Osiris, lord of the Thynite Gnome. Get back, you swallower of an ass, whom Ha, who is in the Netherworld, detests. I know. Where are you? I know where I am. For repelling him who swallowed an ass.
Now, does anybody else? Do we want to hear more Book of the Dead? Because if so, I can take some numbers that might guide us to a new spell. How many pages are in this book? There are 214 pages in this book. There are 185 spells. So you can call it by spell number something 1 through 185, or give me a page number. So coffee, here is the funny part. You know what's on page 69? You want to know what's on page 69? I had to show this to people on stream that didn't believe me. Page 69 is this illustration for the one that we just read, because that spell, for him who swallowed an ass, is on page 68. The ass-swallowing spell is on page 69, the one that we just read. So Girl 2.0. 29. I think page 29 might be in the intro, so let's try spell 29. Spell number 29. What do we have here? Oh, what do you know? There's 29, there's 29A, and there's 29B. Oh, 29 is a classic. Are you guys able to understand me properly with a deep voice, or should I read it in my normal voice?
Let's see, am I understandable like this? Okay. Sounding like the mic might be a little bit hot, so let me cut its volume a little bit. Spell number 29. For not permitting a man's heart to be taken away from him in the realm of the dead. Get back, you messenger of any god. Have you come to take away this heart of mine which belongs to the living? I will not let you take away this heart of mine which belongs to the living who move about. The gods who rest for me have heard, falling headlong on their faces in their own land. I'm going to read 29a as well. My heart is with me, and it shall not be taken away. For I am the possessor of hearts, who unites all hearts. I live by truth, in which I exist. I am Horus, who is in the hearts. He who is in the middle, what is in the body. I live by saying what is in my heart, and it shall not be taken away from me. For my heart is mine, and none shall be aggressive against it. No terror shall subdue me. I take it that I may be in the body with my father Geb and my mother. For I have committed no sin against the gods, and nothing shall be deducted in that respect for my vindication. Next up, spell number 2 for Seahorse. Spell number 2. For living after death. O you soul one, who shine in the moon, you soul one who glow in the sun, may I go forth among those multitudes of yours who are outside. May those who are in the sunshine release him. May the netherworld be open to him when he goes out into the day in order to do whatever he wishes on earth among the living. Next, spell number 27 for standard average. Spell number 27. For not permitting a man's heart to be taken from him in the realm of the dead. Similar theme to spell number 29. Let's see how this one sounds. O you who takes away hearts and accuses hearts, who recreates a man's heart in respect of what he has done. He is forgetful of himself, though what you have done. Hail to you, the lords of eternity, the founders of everlasting. Do not take this heart with your fingers, whereas his heart may be. You shall not raise any matter harmful to him, because this heart belongs to ones whose names are great, whose words are mighty, who possess all his members. He sends out his heart which controls his body. His heart is announced to the gods, for his heart is his own. He has power over it, and he shall not say what he has done. He himself has the power over all his members, and his heart obeys him. For he is your Lord, and you are his body. You shall not turn aside. I command you to obey me in the realm of the dead, even I, who am vindicated in peace, and in the beautiful west, and also in the domain of eternity. Very different flavor on that one. Next, 42 for Spaghetti-O Blood. Oh man.
There's some very important spells in here. As I was flipping to number 40, let me just share you the title of number 53. Why won't it focus? Camera really does not want to focus on that time. There it is. It's an important one right there, but we're going to 42. Oh boy. Oh boy. $42. This is also a very important one. For preventing a man's decapitation.
I am a great one, a son of a great one. I am a flame, and the son of a flame, to whom has given his head after it has been cut off. The head of Osiris shall not be taken from him, and my head shall not be taken from me. I am knit together, just and young. For I indeed am Osiris, and I am the Lord of eternity.
That's a very important one for not being, so far we've gotten for not having your heart taken, for not being decapitated, and for being able to be alive. These are some very, very important spells that we have here. Now, who do we have next? We have a request for number 13. Let's see what spell number 13 is. And a lot of these seem to be grouped by theme. And some of them are very long. If we come across one of the very, very long ones, we're going to bump to one that's nearby. Okay, spell number 13 is titled For Going In and Out. For Going In and Out.
To me belong all men. I have given everything to myself. I have gone in as a falcon, and I have come out as a phoenix, a god who worships Re. Prepare a path for me, that I may enter in peace into the beautiful west, for I belong to the lake of Horus. I leash the hounds of Horus. Prepare a way for me, such that I may go in and out, and worship Osiris, the Lord of Life.
Alright, there you go, JJ. Your spell for going in and out. Alright, do we have any more requests for the Book of the Dead before we move on? Because I can still take some more. We didn't land on any super long ones there. Although if I have to pick one, I'm going to pick the very, very last spell in the book. Number 100... Oh, there's more than 180. There's 189 is the last. Number 189 is actually very, very long, so I'm only going to read the beginning of it. Number 189. For preventing a man from going upside down and from eating feces.
What I doubly detest, I will not eat. And what I detest most is feces. And I will not eat it. Excrement, I will not consume it. It shall not fall from my belly. It shall not come near my fingers, nor will I touch it with my toes. But what will you live on, ask the gods and spirits to me, in this place now which you have been brought? I will live on the 7 loaves of bread which have been brought to me, 4 loaves which are with Horus, and 3 that are with Thoth. And where shall you eat? Ask the gods and spirits. I will eat under the sycamore of Hathor, for I have placed my portions there for her minstrels. My fields have been assigned to me in Bursyrus. My green plants are in Heliopolis, and I will live on the white bread of Emir and the beer of red barley. There shall be given to me my father and my mother's families, and my doorkeeper in respect of my land.
Alright, it's a very important one there in the world of the dead for having bread and beer and not having to have feces. 181 for alienated worker. Let's see what we got for 181. 181 is also a very long one, so I'm going to read the first selection of this. It has a very long title as well. The title of this one is For Going into the Tribunal of Osiris, and with the other gods who govern the Netherworld, who guard their gates, who make a report concerning their courts, who keep the doors of the portal of the west, for taking shape as a living soul, worshipping Osiris, and becoming an elder of the tribunal. That's a mouthful. Alright, we're going to read the first part.
Hail to you, foremost of the Westerners. Whenever, the Lord of the sacred land, you have appeared in glory like Re, and behold, he has come to see you, and he rejoices at seeing your beauty. His sun disk is your sun disk, his rays are your rays, his crown is your crown, his greatness is your greatness, his beauty is your beauty, his majesty is your majesty, his extent is your extent, his throne is your throne, his destiny is your destiny, his distinction is your distinction. He who should protect himself does indeed protect himself. He will not die, and you will not die. He will triumph over his enemies, and you will triumph over your enemies. Hail to you, for you are now Osiris, the son of Nut, the possessor of horns, whose active crown is tall, to whom the werewit crown and crook have been given in the presence of the Ennead, in awe of the Atum created in the hearts of men, gods, spirits, and the dead. Now,
I will say it goes on like that for a whole nother 2 pages. We We read about the first 10% of that one. Alright. Hey, Uggs. Ugly, would you like to request a number between 1 and 185 for a spell of the Book of the Dead to be dedicated? We've had some pretty good ones so far. Yes, the cover. Too spooky for you? Then I'm going to take my pick. I don't think that we've read every spell in this book. We get a lot of the similar numbers requested over and over, and I frequently skip some of these incredibly long ones. Like, there's one that I've never read there. 153B for escaping the catcher of fish. What's a good one? What's a good title here? The Golden Vulture? For breaking an opening into the sky? For making a flame emerge? For preventing your corpse from putrefying? Oh, here's some good open set stream lore. This picture in here was about to be my first emote. I was so entertained by this bit of hieroglyphics, this snake with legs, that I about made that my first emote, but it was very hard to make a good emote of this leg snake. I thought that would be a hilarious emote for like raiding, have all these snakes walking around. Alright, I'm gonna go back further in the book. Alright, there's one for being transformed into a phoenix. There's one for being transformed into a lotus. One for being transformed into a heron. And for being transformed into a divine falcon. Oh no, there's the cheater one. The spell for being able to transform into any shape that you wish. Are there pictures that go with that one? No, but there's a lot of pictures that go with the divine falcon. Multi-emote. Yeah, I considered it, but all the things that I'm not a skilled artist. When I was trying to clip that out and trying to make it look good, something about how thin the snake was in the legs wasn't working very well. Alright, we'll do this one. For not being scalded by hot water. A good, applicable spell.
Spell 63A. O Bull of the West, I am brought to you, for I am the Ore of Re, with which the old ones are rowed. I will be neither burned up nor scorched, for I am Bobby, the eldest son of Osiris, for whom all of the gods have assembled within his eye in Heliopolis. I am the trusted heir, but the great one inert. My name will be strong enough, and assuredly you will live daily through me.
Who knew that Osiris' son was named Bobby? Maybe that's Babby? B-A-B-I? Babby. Bobby. Hey, Onsibuno, welcome in. I was reading some Book of the Dead. But I do think we're due for a new slide. Our vinegar and soap looks pretty dried out now. Yeah, that boy ain't right. Now, any request for it goes under the microscope next. I brought some things that we've never really put under the microscope over here. I brought a single piece of popcorn that we might crush and put under there. That was the wrong scene. I brought a single piece of popcorn, and I also brought up a ketchup packet. Do we have any interest in seeing those, or we want to go with some microbes swimming around, or people have any ideas on what they might want to see under the microscope? Other option is to pull some of the beach materials and stuff like that. But if anybody has input, just let me know. I've not sipped any of my water this whole time. How many times do I have to tell you not to be... How many times do I have to tell you not to... Oh. Talking to Bobby there. Alright, let's try crushing up some of this popcorn. Let's see if we can do something cool with this. Because popcorns, which might be why Starchface requested, he might already know, popcorn is full of starch. And starch glows under polarization. Alright, let's grab a slide. We'll do that, and we'll switch up the music. Alright, so we're going to take a tiny little section off this. I'm going to attempt to crush it up with my fingers. And saturate it with water and smush it. Alright, there's that. Let's put some water on this. Let's try smushing it even better now that there's water on it. Tweezers. Smush, but please don't break the glass slide. Maybe we should just chew up the popcorn and spit it on the slide. That would be lovely. Alright. It has now been fake chewed with the tweezers. I'm skeptical that it's thin enough for the microscope, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. Because we have never tried popcorn. Okay, those cover slips are stuck together. New one. There's a single. Okay, definitely got to put more water under there. Okay, here goes popcorn. Yeah, we're not going to do that with the... Hey, Billy Galaxy Art, welcome in. Yeah, we're not going to do unpopped popcorn with the teeth. Okay, popcorn slide. Huh, look at those little air bubbles. Alright. Let's try maybe... That's a chunk that got broken off pretty decently. Let's try that. So many little bubbles in it. So many little bubbles. There is your polarized popcorn. That starch does indeed glow under the polarized light. Look at all that. Because really that's what popcorn is, it's fluffed up starch, fluffed up with a bunch of little air bubbles. You can see all those little air bubbles in it now. That's pretty cool. I didn't expect it to be quite this cool. Sometime we're going to try using some food coloring on some popcorn. I bet that could make some really cool looking things. Now, let's do something new with the music. Alright, deleting some loops. Still that same kick going. that's the arpeggiator on. I'm gonna switch off the black hole. We're gonna switch to the Mercury 7 for reverb. Too much. Hey, Numb the Geek. Yeah, it's our own special breed of Rotifer. They've evolved, being in this stream for so long. They've started to take on some similarities to some of our AI cats. But you see him trying to chow down on our popcorn that's under the slide right now. Alright, let's start off with the drone, and we'll build from there. Yes, a happy October to you as well. We are wrapping up our little Autumn Awe Fest here tonight. We've had a day packed full of great performers here. It's been a whole lot of fun. You can hear me starting to get a little fuzzy in the head after hanging out on Twitch all day. Oh, and touching that slide, I got vinegar on my hands again. Now, let's take this and mirror it, as we like to do. Let's bring back our chroma keying. I think that could do very well with this. And October is one of my very favorite months. It's got one of my favorite holidays with Halloween. Alright, now I had the new virtual camera set up. Let's try... Nope, not that one, not that one. This one. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's your popcorn right there. What even is that? Is that just bubbles? Well, I don't know what that is that was on the popcorn. It looks kind of like little shards. I would say salt, but it didn't dissolve in the water. But it looks nice in this effect, that's for sure. Man, that's trippy. That is super trippy. Plastic. It looks a little crystalline to me to be plastic. That's what had me puzzled, is because it looks like it has crystalline structure. You see what I mean? Well, I guess actually some of it kind of looks crumpled. Because, let me get my mouse on there. Things with that type of crumpled shape are about how human skin cells look. But I was thinking some of these kind of looking sharp, thinking those were like crystalline shards. But the only thing that was on this popcorn when it was cooked was coconut oil. Okay, back to the mirrored scene. There's a separate chance they could be things that fell into my distilled water cup. Man, I like the way that looks. I really like that. It seems so smooth. Let's go backwards a level of magnification, see what that looks like too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There is a chance that it could be something that came from inside it, but I really don't know. We could always magnify further without the polarizers and try to get a shot of it. Oh yeah. Take this. Arpeggiator. Dan and Abstract, welcome in. We've got popcorn under the microscope. I'll show it to you guys in the normal version rather than my crazy cam. There's the popcorn under the microscope, crushed on the glass slide. And there's something that I forgot to mention here on stream that you guys rating reminds me of. It's right here in this little black bag. We now have Jam strategy cards with the Golden Shrimp Guild. Big camera. With various streamers from the Golden Shrimp Guild on the front. And commands for what to do when you jam. So you can draw a card. Here's Distort Something. Risky Biscuit Band, welcome in. Welcome, folks. We just had 3 friends raid in a row. Hope everybody's having a good evening tonight. We're at the tail end of our Autumn Awe Fest right now. We are messing around on the microscope. We got popcorn on the microscope right now. You see those little bubbles in it. Going closer. jamming out on synths. And we're doing weird stuff with our microscope like this. That looks really nice with the bubbles. That looks really nice with the bubbles. Now, dare we draw a card to influence how our music goes now? We've laid down some loops that are feeling pretty hype. Shall we draw a card from the Jam Strategies deck? And I don't recognize the name Risky Biscuit Band, so let me go ahead and toss you a follow. Twitch.tv/RISKYBISCUIT. And Dan Abstract, Risky Biscuit. I hope everybody had a great stream. Feel free to let us know about it in here. I know that often when I'm done with the stream, I need to run to the restroom and all that. There's a shout out for our new friends right here. I am OpenSet. I run synthesizers and a microscope and do goofy things with it. Let's get a little extra goofy here to get this jam going. There's a dancer for you. Let's draw a card from this deck. This could be dangerous. We're gonna draw a jam strategy card, and we're gonna obey it. Ready? Gonna draw one from near the middle. Well, what do we get? We got, I'll show it to you on the big camera. We got a card from Professor Dictabeat, who says, fatten the bass lines. Let's see what we can do about fattening the bass line. The bass line's more of a bass drone, but we got a Moog in front of us. That's an arpeggiator. Let's turn on the sustain. Let's turn that reverb off the bass line. Now let's crank it to be bassier. And let's go back to our mirrored scene. All right, let's see what we can do on our loop. Here we go. Now we need the reverb back. Too much reverb. Obviously still feeling my way around this. What element do we add next? What element do we add next? Anybody got a suggestion in chat? Do we need more drums? I got you a snare. Let's add some weird effects on it too. Gonna run these drums through the cluster flux chorus with a sample and hold LFO. Now I think we need a sequence on the sequencer. Play over the top of the sequence. It's a little difficult. feel like I can barely hear myself over the music, but I'm going to assume people would tell me if they couldn't hear me. But welcome to our new friends in here. Forget if I introduce myself. I am OpenSet. This is cat craziness that's going on here. Here's some kangaroo craziness. Here's some deer craziness. Here is an AI-generated mega cat cam. With chat mixed in. Now, I check out who our new friends are in here. Risky Biscuit Band. Let me see, what you guys say about yourselves on your Twitch page? I recognize I've lost a lot of time, not very good at keeping up with chat. Come for the music, stay for the memes. Alright, what do these videos look like over here on the page? 5.5 hour stream. You guys had a good day going there. Oh yeah. I see 4 people in this band. Here, let me skip a little bit into the VOD, see what I can see. Wait, no, do I see a 5-piece band here? I think 2 people in the one camera. Drummer, keyboards, another keyboard. Holy shit, I have to come stop by sometime. Don't see a lot of 5 pieces out here on Twitch. Alright. Where are we going next? Where are we going next? Into the Microscopy universe? Let's start cutting some layers. And up the glitch. Something new. There it is. Oh, their set tonight was awesome. That's great to hear. Alright, we're gonna roll some oscillators off here. Woo! Synth's going wide open. Alright, one oscillator. Yes, I saw that abstract. I have the bad habit of glancing at it at the time when I was working, not downloading at the time, then forgetting to reply later. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, I need to take a look at that. And I'll point out here, too, our friend Abstract AMCR, in stream right here, is very talented with visuals. Twisted some of my microscope stuff, too, into something that looks a bit like this. Rein it in for a minute. So, I do think that we need a new microscope slide. Let's go with... Do you guys like mushrooms? Because if so, I got just the thing here. So here, we have a mushroom cross-section. And let's polarize it. You see all those mushroom gills there, the stem in the middle, the outer cuticle out there. And thank you for those bits. There we go. Now we got the mushroom's gills glowing like a blue iris. And let's go back over here. Alright, welcome to Mushroom Land. Your cat will be your guide. Is all that time trying to do the 13 there? Don't be silly, Cybin. Is that our cat's name, Cybin? So you can tell him not to be silly? It's one thing I'm surprised. I don't think anyone's ever named the cat. What kind of mushroom is it? It is a... Coprimus mushroom, spelled C-O-P-R-I-M-U-S. That is what type of mushroom it is. Alright, back over here. Oh, that's a pretty cool effect. Let's move kitty cat to the bottom. he's in one of those, well, if we never observed him being named, does that leave him in a superposition of having been named and unnamed? Alright, now let's switch the virtual camera effect. This might get weird. This might get weird. Yep, as predicted, it got weird. I'm caught in the effect, too. What can I say? My scenes are all chaos. Let's try a new virtual camera effect. Oh, there we go. Cat looks pretty awesome like that. Kind of want to see what it looks like when we get the whole strip. The cat tail, I should say. Cat trails. Oh, is there enough up there for me to cheers? There is. Alright, cheers, guys. Cheers out towards oblivion. Now, how's about I bring something else into here? There we go. It's a little off. Right about there. Coolest. Definitely one of the nerdiest. There's so many things in here. There's so many things in here. How about that? How do you like the stream now? Let me change the ordering. Blue is the mushroom. Mushroom gills. Which you can see right there. Yeah, Numb knows the way. what comes next in this. Alright, I need a patch cable. There we go. Alright, in a capture loop. So I gotta turn off some of my drums to not get those as well. Now beat scattering the glitch sequence. Oh yeah. That beat scatter is magic like that. Alright, I like that jam. But I had no idea where else to take it. Okay. Now, relatively soon, we're going to need to think about rating. What? Oh, my voice sounds like that because of the filter. So, who has some questions? Anybody have any questions about that? Any questions from the class? Our cat's just been dancing away the whole time. Let's see where we're going to go now. We got to clear out some loops. Let's delete those two. I was really satisfied with how the beat scatter did with this guy. I really like how that chopped it up. It's got some weird stereo spread in there too, thanks to the Q-Pass filter. So we're keeping that loop for a little bit. We might use that again. How old is the beard? And how long does it take to wash properly? So, washing the beard properly is a good thing to ask about that a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people get skin breakouts, painful ones, under their beard once they get a long beard. And, oh, I didn't even see we had another raid there from Vegan Tyler. Welcome. Pineapple Hoops, welcome. Where do I recognize your name from, Vegan Tyler? You in Misty's stream sometimes or something? Is that where I recognize you from? Let me give you a quick shout out in here. Let me toss you a follow. I don't know if I have you followed. I know that I have I almost said Piney Hoops. I know that I have Piney followed. Welcome, people. We just got through with a lovely loop. I am about to come up with a new loop for us and see what we're going to do with the microscope. Followed a while ago, mostly Lurk. Might know me. Oh, from high. Yes, I know that name right there. But I got you followed now. Now let me toss a little shout out for Pineapple Hoops as well. Pineapple Hoops, being a flow artist, might be interested to know I recently found my poi, charged them up, and was using them at the beach. I thought I had them over here, but I don't. But Pineapple Hoops, among other things, with great visual effects as well. Right now, we have our cat dancing away for us, with the mushroom in the background, for those that are new in here. This is a cross-section of a mushroom. We'll get back to some jams here in a quick second. I'll introduce the mushroom. So I'll pull the polarizers off. Whoa, that's bright. You see the stem of the mushroom right there in the middle? Those are the gills all around there, a little cuticle outside. I like to polarize it. Makes the gills light up. It makes it look kind of like a blue iris, which is really cool to me. It's really fun to play with visually. And anybody would say it's on the microscope to my right. Okay, let's go back to our scene with the cat. Dancing on the moon, as we do. And let's do some more jams. Let's have some more jams. Let's see. Let's start out with a kick drum. May as well. Let's get back into another jam. Now, where are we going to go? I say we talk to the sequencer first. Alright, I'm going to tap in what is essentially a random sequence. And then we're going to tweak it to where it sounds good. Alright, let's get started with this. Now let's copy that sequence and paste it and tweak it. Alright, I think we got something building here. Oh, thank you, Anna No Evil. Let's go with the arpeggiator now. Let's see what we got. Okay, we got a new jam being built here. I'm liking the sound of it. So, how's your stream, Piney? How's your stream, Vegan Tyler? Double check. First name. Man, we've had the raids tonight. It was awesome. We up some hooping tonight. Actually, I think my poi might be right there. Do I have room in here? Do I have room? These poi still have sand on them from the beach. Alright, risky move coming in. Risky move about to happen. I don't really have space in here. So I'm gonna wrap these around my hands for short poi. Very short poi. I'm gonna move that glass of water away. I forgot it's extremely hard to do poi when you have a cable tied to your head. Not to mention how crowded everything is. the cat take care of the dancing for me right now. Alright, let's copy paste this sequence one more time and manipulate it again. Bad note. More bad notes. Can I find a good note for that? Just go with a root note. I just realized something that would be hilarious. I should totally make some patch cable mini poi. That could be hilarious to pull out when doing synthesizer stuff. Standing up in the modular and then maybe tie like a monkey's fist with a long patch cable and then tie that to the end of some of my longer patch cables. Have synth poi. Alright, not a problem, Piney. We'll catch you later. Thanks for raiding. Okay. Now, I believe we need a new slide. Is it time for the banana? I think it's time for the banana. Sometimes with Microscope, it's hard to tell how large things are, so that's why we included the banana here. I'm also a little bit hungry. Hey, Raul, welcome in. How are you doing? And one of the things about doing the performances, when I'm focused on the synthesizers, I'm not like looking at chat and all the events. And like some of the last times that I've been online have been like for Synthfest, and I always feel so bad. Like after I go back and see people that have like subscribed and cheered and all that, and I didn't say thank you to them at the time. Raul coming in here reminded me of that because one of the last times I saw you subscribe, and I made like a mental note at the time while I was mentioning on the synth to say thank you. And then by the time I finished doing what I was doing on the synth, alerts on Twitch, just like, oh, I can't see anything anymore. All right, banana time. Let's put this on a slide. Hey, Bookman. Vegan Tire said I had to step away for a moment. Not a problem. I know how it goes ending stream. Usually when I end stream, I immediately need to go make food and use the restroom. And about half the time when I end stream, I like need to go to bed, although I often don't. All right, little tiny bit of banana mush that we're gonna put on here. And past experience, banana has done very well for us. Let's see if this one does it too. Single drop. I can still see in the dark. Let's put a cover slip on this. Stop, nanner time. Okay, cover slip. Man, all this time streaming at the microscope and I've still not broken a cover slip. It's impressive if I do say so myself. Not to brag or anything about my skills with microscope cover slips. Okay, let's get this on the microscope. Alright, banana mush. It's not going to look like anything until I polarize it. Let's find the edge. Alright, there's our banana mush. Now polarizing film. There's your banana now. Look at all that. What even does that look like? Doesn't look like a banana, I'll tell you that. This one isn't as ripe as the previous one, so we don't have as much fluid movement. Got some bubbles in it though. Here's the spot that we're going to focus in on. Let's go... Where do I have an edge next to water? That looks like it's on the air bubble. That edge is right next to the water. We're going to go over here. And we're going to do this. Okay, that chroma key is not working on the banana right now. We got to adjust the chroma key. Okay, chroma key. Change. Oh boy. Different spot. It's so uniform in color. Oh, I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna change the virtual camera on it. Because... yeah, that's the one that I think it is. And go with the new one. Was it that one? Not that one. It's this one. Okay. Moon, gotta put you away. Dancing cat, you can stay. But you're gonna stay right down here. Oh yeah, that looks pretty alien right there. Yeah. Look at that little piece of dust framed right there in the middle. Looks pretty cool. I should eat some banana though. Yes, goodbye moon, good night moon. Now the other thing that I brought out here for tonight for the microscope that we still have not used is ketchup. So, anything cool hiding in this banana for us? I was hoping to get fluid movement. We don't have fluid movement though. Another option would be using the soap and the shampoo. That would get us nice fluid movement. Do people have any preference between ketchup versus shampoo? I think the more viscous shampoo might do better for movement if we want fluid movements. Ketchup, Hey, Elias. I didn't see your name up there before. How about we do all three? We can do a slide with ketchup, shampoo, and soap. That might be interesting. Let me finish this banana. Because to go with our ketchup, we have Head and Shoulders, and we have dish soap. So, let's make a little slide. This beat just has me nodding my head, wanting to do poi again, and I do not have the space here in front of the camera to do poi. I could set this place up to where I would have room to do poi. I would just have to turn the camera toward that side of the room, but then I wouldn't be able to see the screen. I guess I could use my phone for chat. Maybe we'll do a poi day some other day. Okay, we're gonna do a drop of soap. Actually, first we should do the shampoo. Then we'll put the soap and ketchup on either side of it. The shampoo is the hardest one to squirt. Alright, got a tiny bit of shampoo on there. You know, actually, rather than dish, I'm going to do foaming hand soap. Because I want bubbles. What did I say? Still a child, still love bubbles. Now ketchup. What ungodly concoction is this? Ketchup, shampoo, and hand soap. Alright. It has been made. We are about to cover slip this. Light stick poi is far easier to spin. Has its own full system of stringless, same spaces. Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't actually tried. I can't remember the last time I had light sticks. I wonder how much the weight difference would throw me off. Okay, this is going to be a weird cover slip. I need to turn on my lamp again. Okay, it has been cover slipped. I need to wipe up some excess shampoo with the Q-tip. Because I don't want a whole bunch of shampoo on my polarizing film, although it already got vinegar on it. The polarizing films get a little dirty, but that's okay, they're replaceable. That's actually what I should put on my wish list, is polarizing films for how often I go through those. Okay, let's see this guy. Ketchup, shampoo, soap. As you might guess, ketchup right there. shampoo right there. And foaming hand soap right there. Not to worry, we're about to make this look cooler. First polarizer. Thank you for that gift sub! Abstract will definitely appreciate that. So there's our bubbles from the foaming hand soap. As it merges with the shampoo, holy crap. Look at that. That white looking substance, that is the shampoo, changing the polarization of the light. And the little bubbles now have shampoo between them. We don't need all the chroma key right now. That's pretty cool. Is it moving? Is it done moving? It's still moving. Alright, cat. You are needed again. Cat dancing with the bubbles. That's pretty cool. I like that. Now, let's go over and see some ketchup, too. Primary scene. There's the gradient between the shampoo and the ketchup. The ketchup is glowing under the polarizers. We're going to need to zoom in further on it. Alright. Whoa. The ketchup has a weird texture to it. Look at that. What even is that right there? What's in my ketchup? Look guys, I found a corn on the cob in my ketchup. A very, very tiny microscopic corn on the cob. Still too big for my miniaturized cat to eat down there. Here you go, cat. You want this corn? No, he just wants to dance. Yeah, so it is almost certainly some sort of plant material, though whatever those little things are about the right size for plant cells. Is my mic too hot again? Turn that down a little bit. Let's go to the edge. We're spreading out. Yeah, there's more of it. It's probably some sort of a piece of the tomato. It's unusual the color of it, though, that it's glowing that yellow color. But I guess some tomatoes are yellow. Yeah, that is unusual, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, fragments of the skin would be a good guess, because the skin on the tomato would have the most regularly spaced cells. That little microscopic bubble looks so big from this perspective. And it does, from this chunk, it does kind of look like it's torn the way that a skin would. It's a little too deep for me to look at it properly, though. Should I try to squish it? Alright, I'm going to try to squish it. There's another chunk. Yeah, with the way that's done, that might be tomato skin. Oh, onion and ketchup? Yeah, I could see that too. There would be a chance for it to have a color that's been stained by the red in the ketchup. I think you guys saw this is Heinz ketchup. If anyone wants to look at the ingredients of Heinz ketchup. Alright, let me try and squish this. All right, as you can see, it has been squished. Look at that. That looks pretty sweet. Oh, it does have ingredients on the back of the packet. We've got tomato concentrate from ripe red tomatoes, distilled vinegar, high fructose corn syrup, salt, spices, onion powder, natural flavoring. Well, maybe the corn syrup is just full of miniaturized corn. But I really like this view. This is the shampoo right here, looking like this weird colloid shifting around. What if the rest of the stuff is flowing like that? Can't see. Oh yeah, there's the spot right there. Check that out. There's some fluid action, guys. That looks pretty awesome. I'll try adjusting the lighting, see if I can get a better view of it. Right here. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yes, the secrets of the creation of time and space lie within the core. I don't know if you knew that without a map, because I brought a map, guys. I brought a map. There's your map. If anybody needs to consult the map, if you get lost at any point here. If you're wondering where you are on the hypersurface of the present. That's where you are. Okay. That's your map. Yeah, some maps are a little harder to read than others. Yeah, so if people haven't seen that, that's the image that goes along with usually a first lesson in relativity, usually in first course of mechanics in university physics. And let me pull it back up. It represents present three-dimensional space as that flat blue plane, the hypersurface of the present. And then talking four-dimensional stuff, then it shows like time as being an orthogonal dimension to the hypersurface of the present. With a given observer, a person, for example, there at the red dot, with the past light cone representing light and other things traveling at the speed of light that could ever reach you, and the future cone of light being all the light that then emits from that person. So really it talks about what could possibly influence someone at that location. So things that are outside its past light cone cannot influence it, at least at that moment in the present. You draw these relativity diagrams with time and space on different axes. You draw light as traveling at 45-degree angles. You know, things can't match the speed of light, so they have to travel at lower angles, all that good stuff. It's one of the courses that I frequently tutor for, is intro mechanics along with electromagnetism. Because it's mostly calculus, which is my forte. But right now I'm liking these fluids. Oh man, that one's still just moving. Look at that. Alright, cat, you're getting moved up there. Where are you, cat? I am like fascinated by all this fluid movement now. You love Journey to the Microcosmos. It studies keep macro exploration from being lost or stuck. Journey to the Microcosmos is an amazing YouTube channel. One of the very, very high quality ones out there as far as popular science stuff. Amazing footage they get with their equipment. Stuff that's way outside my price range. It's funny the way microscope materials prices go. With a lot of things we talk like about the 80-20 rule. Using sort of 20% of the cost, you can get 80% of the function. With microscopes, it's not even like 80-20. The amount that you jump up to higher level microscopes is like astronomical. You go from a microscope kind of like mine, which is like a $250, $300 microscope, and then you're often jumping up to like microscopes that cost more than a car. You get $1 for every time you found a black hole in quartz. That must be what this is, right? This is a black hole, and this is, I'm blanking on my terminology. It's not an accretion disk. That's for planet formation and all that. Ooh. That was cool. That was cool. Tastes pretty dense. Here, let me see. I might have something fun for you in here. Alright, we going to see the black hole? We going to see the black hole? Alright, jump in. Jump into the black hole. Oh no. Oh no, it's not like I thought it would be at all. This isn't what Interstellar showed me. Secretion disk. Alright, can we see the black hole from here? I don't know. Alright, let's try again. Let's try jumping over to the black hole. Ready, set, jump. Oh, nope, we landed on the comet by accident. Not the black hole. Sorry guys, bad aim. Didn't quite hit the black hole like I'd hoped. Let's see. Let's try jumping in. 1, 2, 3, jump. Nope, that's Mars. Mars is not a black hole. It would appear that the black hole is not in here. Let me check that folder to see if the black hole is hiding in the folder and I just didn't import it. Because there's a lot of things that I didn't import way back when I switched from Streamlabs to OBS Studio. Oh god. There's way too many things in here. It would be easier if I named these things, like if the black hole video was named black hole. But, of course, I don't descriptively name hardly any of these things. Nope. No dice. It's okay. We've got other fun things. That's really cool. That's really cool, the way that thing's moving. Now I'm just like sitting here watching bubbles. Yeah, exactly. A lot of that stuff is named like that. Although actually most of it is named as the date and time at which I downloaded it. Which is also not very helpful. But you guys like Klein bottles? While we're talking about four-dimensional stuff, you like a Klein torus maybe instead of a Klein bottle? How's that for your four-dimensional shapes? Yeah, searching by the date that I saved it. Be nice if I remembered that. And here. Help, the black hole got my brain! My brain's gone in the black hole now. Since I know we have some fellow nerds in the chat. You guys like life? If I can even find this element. Where is it? Where is it? There is it. There it is. You guys like life? Here we go. Maybe we'll do another one. This one was one of my favorite shaders. There we go. Where's David Byrne? Well, we had someone in here that sounds a lot like David Byrne from the Fantastic Plastics earlier today. If anyone's set to impersonate that guy, it's him. Okay. Now where were we with this stuff? We're watching some fluid movement, but we've got plenty of other places to look on here. Look at these. Look what the shampoo has done to the shape of these bubbles. Look at that. This looks pretty spacey. If I had those files on this computer rather than just my laptop, I'd pull up pictures where I dressed up as David Byrne one year for Halloween and did the whole big suit thing with my best friend. And we were at Moogfest, a music festival here in North Carolina, dressed like that. And that is one of the perfect costumes for dancing in, because David Byrne does just silly dances, and it's perfect when you're at electronic music. You just do silly dances and it goes with the big suit. Okay, we still got a little bit of fluid movement in here. I'm looking for things that are moving. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. What happens if we mirror this? Not as cool. I like it in normal view right now. You want a big suit? It was surprisingly hard for us to get the big suits to work properly. We had to go to all these different thrift stores trying to find ones that were just the right size, and then try to like cut up hangers and put foam on them to like push the shoulders and the hips outwards. Because the idea of the big suit usually is it's almost like you're really wide and flat. Almost like someone got ran over with a steamroller and flattened them out really wide. Exactly, same as it ever was. But once we got it to work, it was a lot of fun. Although they were also really warm to wear while you're dancing at a music festival. Thankfully, it was in Asheville, where it's kind of cool. Not like Bonnaroo. I don't know if any of you have been to Bonnaroo, but God, it's hot. It is hot, hot, hot at Bonnaroo. After the first one, I said I'd never go back, and then I went to 2 more after friends talked me into going back in the heat. Oh, light shows. What we're looking at right now is hand soap which generated the bubbles mixed with a shampoo. It got us these lovely fluid movements as the shampoo flows between the bubbles from the soap. On the other side of the slide, we have ketchup, which we were just looking at beforehand. But it's been really cool to watch. Roll back 1 notch and you'll get a better perspective here. Soap bubbles, shampoo, and then where they're meeting is the interesting part. Where was it? Right there. Because sometimes I just like to mess around and mix whatever types of viscous fluids under the microscope. And sometimes it looks really, really cool. And this I would call really cool. I really, really enjoy what this is doing. I kind of want to try a little something with it. First, let me test what your virtual camera is turned on. Yes, that is the one that we want. Let's take the microscope and let's now try a little bit of this. No, that's not working right. There isn't enough differentiation between the two. Let's try Luma keying it. Also not great. Getting the wrong thing. I do that with the Luma Min, not the Luma Max. No, that is also not doing it. Nope. Failed test. Failed test. But here's something dumb that I can do. Yoink! Can flip it upside down. I could spin it around. Let's reset those transforms. Okay. All right. As people can probably tell from me staring at this for a long time, I am starting to get a little fatigued, which means we're going to raid here in just a little bit. Now, you guys want to see anything else cool under the microscope before we get started to wrap up here? Hey, Crypt Shadow. Any requests before we start to wrap things up? Because really, I have kind of exhausted my musical creativity for the night. What are our options? I don't know, sometimes I've had the best requests from people that don't know what I have, and they just say something weird, and I have something that's kind of like that. Like, one of the best ones that we had in the past is I had a banana taped to the wall like a year ago, and someone said, put the banana under it! And that looked really nice. But I have an array of slides with a variety of different animal and plant materials in there. I have crystals. I have sand. Most of these things that I say, even if they sound boring like sand, actually look really nice. What else do we have around here? Paper looks really cool. I have a variety of types of paper. Banana was lovely. Got any pepperoni? I do not have pepperoni, but I might have pig cells. I do have grass. I have some nice stuff for grass. Not normal grass, but I have like sprigs of these giant species of grasses from the beach. Let's do that. And I have little tufts off the top of the pampas grass that looks really cool. Let's do that. All right. I cannot fit it on that slide. We're gonna make a new slide real quick. Okay, new slide. Let's do some grassy things on there. And with the pepperoni request, if we need to put some pig cells on there, I think I have some pig motor neurons on a slide. Probably won't look quite as nice as most of these other things. Most animal cells are relatively unimpressive. But we can still give it a shot. Alright. As I immediately blow it off the slide with my breath. More. Little tuft. Let me turn on the light so I don't blow it away again. I can see my work. Okay. Little drop of water. Or actually, I'm gonna put dirty water on it. AKA water full of microbes. Oh, that looks ugly. That looks ugly. There's a lot of sediment there. But whatever. Let's see. Sometimes the ugly samples do really well for us. This'll be an experiment, that's for sure. I don't think it'll be boring. But it might be nasty. Is that one cover slip? Yes, that is a single. That definitely needs more water under it. And we'll be good to go. All right, folks, here we go. Grass with nasty water. Oh my god, that polarizing filter got so much shampoo on it. Hey, Thorn. We got little critters in there. There's little grass tufts. What are we gonna get in here? Look at that little guy. This gastritrick creeping around. We got so... Is that a tardigrade? I think we got tardigrades. Which one was it? That is a tardigrade. Look at there. Looky there. I told you it wouldn't be boring. That's a tardigrade. Sometimes it pays to go with dirty water. So we got tardigrades, we got gastroctrix. Let me zoom out again, because I think we got a whole bunch of life in this. God, and a cat! A cat dancing for us? Look at all this. Look at all these animals. By the way, for those of you that see Numb the Geek in a chat, these tardigrades are descendants of tardigrades from his yard after he sent me a moss sample. And I've managed to keep the tardigrade colony alive in a jar over here. A jar of creek water and moss and all sorts of stuff. So what you see the purple light coming from are 2 of my sample jars. One of those has the moss from his yard in there. This is sweet! I have a second wind now. Do we polarize or do we keep normal light for a little bit? Tardigrades are easier to see in normal light. Man, that's sweet. The gastroctrix are funny little things. It's this guy with a little forked tail that I'm kind of centered on. That other thing is a unicellular organism, like a paramecium type guy. So there's a unicellular guy next to a multicellular. They're roughly the same size, which is pretty funny. But yeah, thus far I've counted gastroctrix, multiples, tardigrades, multiples, paramecia, multiples, and 1 worm. I don't know if I've seen a second worm yet. Nope, there's a second worm right there. And there's still a lot more of this slide. It's just the first place that I looked, I saw a tardigrade. What was that? Something was just moving right there. Who's there? It's too obscured to see what that is. What zoom power does it? Mine goes up to 1000x. It goes up to a 100x objective with then a extra 10x magnification from eyepieces and whatnot. But right now we're not near 1000. Right now we're at 100x zoom. Hop up a notch. Tardigrade! Look at that little guy. Wiggling all around. How old is this sample? This sample jar is about 2 years old. Originally, it was just me scooping some sediment from the Meeting of the Waters Creek out here in Chapel Hill. Yep, 2 years. And I have not given the jar food materials. I only give it distilled water and the grow light. Those are the only things that I give it after I put the samples in. Looking for a microscope yourself? Yeah, so microscopy is a fun little hobby because getting a decent microscope like this doesn't cost a whole lot. It's not like telescopes. You can get a really good microscope for like $200. The cameras on them are the expensive part. Look at that little paramecium creeping around. They have this weird behavior where they suddenly back up. Makes them almost look like they're cautious little creatures, but they don't even have a brain. You see that probing around that backs up like something, like it didn't like something. Tardigrade party over here, and now here's a worm whipping around. But yeah, talk about good luck. God. Alright, let me try this with the string machine. Nope. Nope, nope. That needs the analog oscillator. Is it blowing your mind? That's pretty This is the amount of life that was in a single drop of water, by the way. This was 1 drop of water from that sample, and then I gave 2 more drops of distilled water to the sample to give enough fluid in here. You remember when I said, it's a bad sample because I got too much sediment in it? Looks like there's lots of critters in that sediment. Oh, look at that. Let me see if I can zoom in further on this guy. This is a pretty interesting little thing. The green line is the thing I'm talking about. Oh, and here comes a gastritrick right through the middle. No, can't zoom in further. So the reason I say I can't zoom in further is because this sample is too thick. I would crush it if I used the other higher magnification objectives that need to get closer to the glass. You can see I just did disturb everything in there. But that's okay, we can find them all again. Where are my tardigrades? There, now we have 2 tardigrades in frame that I count. Top and center. Shall we polarize? I say we polarize. Where did I put that polarizing film? There. Well, the sand looks a lot nicer. You can't see the animals, though. Now it's just like wiggly sand. You can kind of see that worm, but we're going to get unpolarized here in a moment. You see how nice the polarizers make sand look? Yeah, we got living sand over here. All right, let me pull that off. Going closer with this tardigrade. Anakin Skywalker would hate this. So I said this last stream because we were also talking about sand last stream. Now I saw something where someone had written that I thought was pretty funny, or pretty prescient actually, that that whole line about him not liking sand made a whole lot more sense than people gave him credit. Where's the bag for these cards? I'll just put them here. Because if you think about the context, he is a former slave from a desert planet, while she is a royal. And if we think about what the association with sand would be for either one, of course, a former slave from a desert planet hates sand that gets everywhere, and everywhere they live is covered in dust and sand, whereas a royal associates sand with luxury and the beach. Yes, and a soon-to-be senator. It has been forever since I watched the prequels. Fun fact, Episode 1 is the only Star Wars movie that I've seen in a theater. Saw that one when it was brand new. Man, did I pick the one to watch in the theater. Yeah, I can't wait to watch Dune either. Dune, and there was another sci-fi movie this year that I was excited about. Which one was it? There's one in October and there's one like at Christmas. What's the one that's at Christmas? I'm forgetting what it is. so bad with movies. Ah, yeah, The Matrix. Yes, The Matrix is the other sci-fi movie I want to see this year. Okay, we're starting to get better views of this tardigrade now. You might be able to see his nervous system. So tardigrades, rather than having a single nerve cord running down the back, they have two nerve cords running across their belly, side by side. Dual ventral nodal cords, I believe they're called. You might also be able to see a little V-shaped organ in its head called a stylet that it uses for chewing. That glows under polarization. You might even be able to see his eyes if it's going to look up at the camera again. I saw its eyes saw the eyes again. Because they have two eyes positioned about where you'd expect. But the eyes are actually unicellular eyes, so they have two light-sensitive cells. You saw 1, 2, and 3, and you saw the releases of 4, 5, and 6 in theaters. Nice. I spent a lot of time living in a place that didn't have a movie theater as a kid. But I will tell you, once Abaco did get a movie theater, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny to go to the movie theater in Abaco on an island with people that had never had a movie theater. I think the first movie that I saw at the Marsh Harbor movie theater in Abaco, this is in the Bahamas, was the Jackass movie. It was either that or the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. It was one of those two. But seeing the Jackass movie in the Bahamas at a place where people usually didn't have a movie theater was perfect. It was perfect. A lot of tardigrade action over here. I did not expect this. Not one bit. Should we change categories? I think we do need to change categories now. We're just looking at tardigrades. Change from music to science and technology. Looking at tardigrades. Done. Do they ever just chill? I don't think they ever... Well, I mean, when they dry out and go into their tun state, I guess that's them chilling, or is that more like a sleep or hibernating? Is hibernation the ultimate chilling? Are bears the chillest animal? Alright, vote in chat. What do people think is the chillest of all animals? Is it a bear because of hibernation? Is it I don't think it's a tardigrade. These guys look pretty active here. Sloth? We got two. I was thinking sloth the moment I said that. Panda? Do pandas hibernate? I don't know. Do pandas hibernate? Giant pandas do not hibernate. Okay, I did not know that. Animals that hibernate or estivate are not the chillest? Well, I would assume not if they estivate, because it's pretty warm if you're going to be estivating. But when you hibernate, I would think that your body temperature probably goes down, which makes you literally pretty chill, right? Tortoise? Yeah, tortoises are pretty well, actually, I've seen some videos of some tortoises. It seemed pretty aggro before, but for most of what I've seen with the giant tortoises, they seem pretty chill. Go back and forth between two extremes. Capybara is a good answer right there. Barnacles and sponges. Okay. The sponge answer is the one that intrigues me. Because... what is a sponge's nervous system even like? Do they have much of a nervous system? They're such a primitive animal. Sponge nervous system. Let's look it up. Sponges are the only multicellular animals without a nervous system. They do not have any nerve cells or sensory cells. Is that the ultimate in chilled out? So chilled out they don't even have any nerves? To where they could get unchilled? Because I was thinking about the body layout of a sponge, like, it doesn't seem to make sense that they would really have much of a nervous system. Turns out they don't. Yeah, I think the sponge might be the winner here. Look at that little red thing. Is that an egg? Looks kind of like a little tiny egg. Man, there's tardigrades everywhere in here. What is shaking that so much? I guess it's just the tardigrade moving around causing all that shaking. Now, with how often we look at tardigrades on here, it's unnerving. With how often we look at tardigrades on here, would it be toss if we one day catch tardigrades mating under the microscope? Because we do have a big colony, and we know that it must happen if they've been able to keep a stable population in the jar. But I don't know how being wedged between two panes of glass does for setting the mood for the tardigrades, though. Hey, Mac Joe. I got tired out from the long stream. Now we're just looking at tardigrades. Still listening to the mini brute doing its sequence, and the drum brute doing its thing. Bound to happen? Yeah, I think it is. Well, they are also put under very bright light under the microscopes. That might also stop them. What is that thing? Is that a... There was a little thing that just went past the tardigrade. I didn't get a chance to see what it was, though. I'm doing pretty well. I've had a very, very busy September, but things are starting to slow down now here with October, with getting more of a chance to be online. Gastritrick back there. The gastritrick has a funny name. Gastro meaning stomach or belly, and trick meaning hair. They're literally named Hairy Belly. Unidentified swimming organism. Or unidentified submersed or submersible object. I almost feel like this little sequence in this kick drum are like hypnotizing me. Oh yeah, we're getting a decent view of this little tardigrade's eyes too. Yeah, I'm a bit of a hairy belly myself. There's so many little things that I keep seeing moving. Trying to identify. Hypnotizing the tardigrades. Man, that's awesome. It's funny all the days in the past where you're like trying so hard to find tardigrades, and this one we're just like, oh, let's look at some grass. Let's put a drop of dirty water on it. And well, it turns out that dirty water is full of tardigrades. Is there a way for this music to physically... Not the way that I currently have it running. Right now it's only running through my headphones. The way that it would affect the sample is if it really gets to affecting me and I start... Because that is me physically moving all of these animals left, right, left, right. Did I watch... yeah, I saw like the first... I saw most of that first season of Discovery. Then I lost my access to CBS All Access, and I wasn't willing to pay for that. But that was pretty fun with the giant tardigrade on there. I won't reveal any spoilers for anybody that's still going on to watch it. One of my friends continued to watch it, and she thought she was like tripping one night. She's like, I swear they just said fucking Star Trek. And I was like, there's no way. And then I went back and looked, and yes, in Discovery, they did drop the F-bomb twice in one episode of Star Trek. Did not expect that. Is it true that they're virtually immortal? So, it's complicated. I'll tell you what the real deal is on the tardigrades. Tardigrades in this state, where they're moving around and all that, are relatively fragile. They can be killed easily, they can get a bacterial infection, they can die from heat, all those types of normal things like a normal animal. But tardigrades have the ability to be dried out and go into a state of mostly suspended metabolism. I say mostly because they go down to something like 0.1% metabolism. So their metabolism slows down a whole lot. And the process of drawing out, I believe it's some sort of carbohydrate or some sort of protein gets produced in their body that helps kind of preserve them. And in that state, they are highly resistant against being destroyed. They can go into very cold temperatures, very high temperatures, vacuum type situations, and I believe it's even said that they're more resistant to radiation like that. So when they're in their dried out ton state, they are highly, highly resistant to being damaged. You've probably heard about like tardigrades can survive being in outer space. That is what they're talking about, is when they're in their dried out ton state. They would then need to be rehydrated and kind of brought back to normal metabolism like we see them here. But as they are right here hydrated, they're relatively fragile little animals. Bacteria like wolves. The bacteria can be so much smaller than these guys. I could show you guys bacteria with a different slide to give you a sense of just how small they are. But at this level, this water is full of bacteria, by the way. This water is full of bacteria. But if I was to zoom in another 2 notches, you'd start to see something that kind of looks like television static. And that would be the bacteria. You can't even see that fuzziness of like the television static in the water at this level of magnification because they are so, so small. I would analogize like the size of a tardigrade to a human is kind of analogous to lots of bacteria to a tardigrade. You know, let me see if I can do a bacteria demo on the other side of the slide. We're going to keep this one as it is, and I'm going to put a drop of water and a cover slip on the far left side of this. The trick is I need to not get sand in it so I can lay this thing nice and flat. Got a very small amount of water. Let me grab a cover slip and I'll see if I can show you guys some bacteria. I don't have my oil immersion objective to go to 1000x magnification, but we can still go pretty high. I should say I have it, I just don't have it put onto the microscope right now. I have a different objective on there, so we don't have to use oil. Alright, we shall come back to this side of the slide. Let's try and show you guys some bacteria. Okay. So, here is a very, very thin sample with some water. Now, let's go next to, where's something that we can use for size? We're still at the same magnification that we were doing with the tardigrade. So that little round thing is a little smaller than the tardigrade's head. That's what we're going to use for size comparison. That round thing in the center is a little bit smaller than the tardigrade's head. Now let's zoom in. This next step to zoom in is going to be a big step. Okay. We still don't really see the bacteria yet, because we're going to zoom in yet again. You guys ready? Oh, I see one. I see one of the larger types of bacteria right now. You see that little tiny thing right there spinning? That's one of the larger types of bacteria right there. Now we're going to zoom in again. You're going to see the crud that's on my microscope camera sensor as these little circles that you're probably seeing right now. Because when we zoom in more and more, you start to see all the defects in the optics. Okay. So there's our little thing for size comparison. Now I'll try to point out bacteria with my mouse here. So I crank the light a little. So you see this little tiny, that little thing zipping around is a bacteria. There's not this green thing, but the little tiny dot going around, that is a bacteria right there. That little thing right there is a bacteria. So maybe the more apt analogy would be a flea compared to a human. Would be kind of like a bacteria compared to a tardigrade. And viruses come in a variety of sizes, but viruses are generally much smaller than bacteria. Now, some things that are bacterial in nature are colonial organisms. There's lots of bacteria connected. Never seen such fast bacteria. You should see when I have stuff that's kind of like a rotten that has tons of bacteria on it, because you get so much of that stuff that it's like I said, it looks like television static. God, all this crud on my microscope camera bothers me so much. Look, there's a little cell that's undergone cell division. Look at that little guy, probably a little algae. It's gone through cell division. Are we mostly bacteria? By cell count, yes. Most of the cells in our body are bacterial cells. But by volume, no. Or by weight, no. Those bacterial cells are much smaller than your human cells, even if you have much more bacterial cells in your body. And almost all of those bacteria are in your digestive tract. Yeah, we're looking at the very, very small right now. Trying to see if there's anything interesting while we're this far magnified. There's a diatom right there by the mouse. Little diatom algae. One of our streamer friends' diatom's attacks is a professor that studies those. Automod didn't like you calling bacteria perverts. Godthorn, stop bullying the bacteria. So phagus that reproduce in bacteria must be so much tinier, right? My knowledge on viruses, like bacteriophages, is not nearly where my knowledge of other types of biology is. I don't think that I was a bio major. I don't think that any of my bio classes really dug into viruses hardly at all, other than a very, very basic level. What is going on there? That That looks like a little flagellate. That's a little unicellular protozoan that looks like it's defective, just wagging its flagella all around, not able to really move right. Or maybe it's being attacked. Looks like something is stuck to it. Looks like that little green thing is stuck to it. You see that long little flagella coming out of it? These are the 4 musketeers, right? Bacteria, fungus. I'm not sure what you mean by phagus, unless you mean bacteriophages. Let me see if something comes up when I Google it. I get phageus, which just means to eat. The 4 musketeers. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. What virus is on there? Yeah, so that little thing that I initially called a flagella looks more like an exploratory type thing. It's not using it to swim, it looks like. Interesting little guy. I've seen them before, I don't know exactly what they are though. Alright, you guys can probably tell I'm starting to fade here myself. Let's zoom back out. Let's go see the tardigrades real quick. And then we'll probably be looking for a raid here in a little bit. So there's where we were just looking. We are zoomed out now. And here's where our tardigrade friends were living. If I can focus in the correct direction. Tardigrade! Right there. What would I be the most shocked to see on a slide? I don't know, there's a lot of things that could really shock me. I mean, we could always see a tardigrade write something by arranging little bits of decayed plant matter. You could write something in English. It's profane, or maybe prophetic. What's that little guy back there? That is a rotifer. Tiny civilization, or a message from a tardigrade. Whoa. What's going on here? Is that just the worm moving that whole clump? Look at that little guy. Stopped moving the moment I focused on him. There he goes. Phage, I think you're probably talking about bacteriophages. Let me link it in chat. Which are really just viruses that have specialized in predating on bacteria. Are you talking about these guys? Because I do see it says they're known informally as phages. Okay, so yeah, what you're calling a phage is, it's really just a virus that specializes in only infecting bacteria. And they're interesting organisms, well, not technically organisms, because I believe the statistic is that every day, half of the bacteria in the world are killed by viruses in the ocean. Every day, it's estimated that every day, half of all bacteria in the world are killed by viruses, and this almost entirely occurs in the ocean because of bacteriophages. wow was my reaction to that when I learned that. Yes, that's the only reason it can work, is these bacteria reproduce very quickly. Viruses also reproduce very quickly. If you can call what viruses do reproducing. Really, they hijack other organisms to make copies of themselves. Oh yeah, treated bacterial infection, but medicine doesn't allow it because it's not considered a viable treatment to use. Well, that gets into some of the tricky business here of viruses technically aren't considered organisms, nor are they considered alive. But there's a lot of hesitancy about using viruses to treat illness because of a lot of the worries of propagating viruses, even if they're viruses that solely infect bacteria. People probably know that most of the bacteria in your digestive tract is beneficial, and it can have bad side effects if you accidentally wipe them all out. We know a lot more about that now than we did even like 20 years ago. That's still going to be a field of emerging science of people making all sorts of claims about it that they probably don't really know that well, but it's still an emerging field. Yeah, well, when I get to something like money and medicine, that is true, but I would think that there is more money to be made by patenting the genes that you would put into the virus. Granted, that is one of those things that I am kind of ethically against, is the patenting of genes and the patenting of living organisms, something that occurs a lot in plant biology, where I did most of my studying. But I would see a major biotech company in a heartbeat patenting whatever therapeutic virus they've come up with. Yeah, Helicobacter, like Helicobacter pylori, they're one of those that are usually present and sometimes harmful. Like, we did a lot of traveling in other countries that don't have the same like sanitary levels as the United States, like traveling in Haiti. And in one of these trips, my sister picked up a real pernicious Helicobacter infection that led to very bad ulcers and some other digestive issues. Was a pain to put down. Thankfully won the... What? That's news to me. Who won the fight against gene patenting? Because I'm mostly familiar with like I said, my background's plant biology, where a lot of these various strains of edited plants have been patented. Much like the, I think it's the BRCA2 gene for breast cancer, that you have to pay royalties to the company that like laid claim on that gene whenever you get it tested for, which seems absurd to me. That might only be a thing in certain countries, though. Heard about it some years back. Because of all things, you would think that you would want to make it as cheap as possible for people to be able to get tested to see if they have a breast cancer gene, and not have to pay some royalty to some company that found that gene. Insulin as well. Tried to patent basmati rice. I think I saw the Monsanto change their name, trying to dodge a lot of their negative press. Let me see if that's true. What did they change their name to? I think they changed their name. Might be misremembering a different company. Because they've been getting a lot of bad press with the glyphosate stuff. It's a glyphosate. Glyphosate. I always insert like an extra vowel in there. Acquire. Bayer announced intent to acquire them, gaining this. Have they just been acquired by Bayer? Or are they now part of Bayer or something? Not changed their name, they just... There's now Bayer. Deal was approved by the European Union 2018. As the merger, Bayer promised to maintain Monsanto's more than 9,000 US jobs. Merger. I swear that I had seen before there was a new name for that wing of the company after the merger or the buyout or whatever it is. But anyway. You can't bear it. They hide group. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sucks living in the darkest timeline. Oh, I try to keep as hopeful as I can be. For all the negatives going on that we are all well aware of, there's still positives out there, thankfully. I tell you, it's one of the things about working as a teacher, especially when I was working with the younger kids. Working with younger kids made me a lot more hopeful for the future. I used to have a lot more of a dim outlook on the future before I started teaching. I know there's some people whose experience leads them the opposite with teaching. Well, like I said, I am fading here tonight. We're gonna have more streams here this October than we had with September. September we only had very scarce amount because I've been so busy and doing some traveling around too. But October, I'm essentially home the whole time. And most of my projects have wrapped up now. So, who shall we raid tonight? / this morning, now that it's almost 5 a.m. We have a friend online that we could raid. We have a friend doing music that's doing a 10-hour stream. In fact, one of the two guys that was one of the main people that convinced me to start streaming is currently on. You guys want to go hear music? I think it might be fun. I also feel like I kind of owe this guy a raid because of him influencing me to start streaming way back. I don't hardly ever get the chance to raid him either. But he is 2 hours into a 10-hour stream. What do we think? I think we're going to do that. I think that we're going to raid my bassist friend, Robson Baroli. And he is one of the most talented bassists that I've seen around. I'm not kidding at all. He does a request stream where people can request things. I like to request Brazilian music in there. He is Brazilian. Tim Maia is one of my all-time favorites. But I say we go raid him, and I'm going to hang out in there for a little bit. I will... Did I spell that right? B-A-R-O. Yes, I did. I will toss a Discord link here in the chat for anybody who wants to join my Discord. Here is the Discord link. I apologize for all the missed comments and all that here tonight. It comes with the territory of me trying to multitask, but I am on Discord. Send me a private message about whatever. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. We've had an awesome Autumn Awe festival here. We've had a lot of fun goofing around, playing music, looking at tardigrades, all that fun stuff. Talking about life, doing a little game of life. You know how it goes. Anything else we're gonna pull out before we go? Maybe the moon. God, has it been 5 hours? God, yeah, it's been a 5-hour stream. Good night, Kevin. Good night, everybody in here. We're gonna go see Robson. And I'm not kidding around when I say this is one of the most talented bassists that I've ever seen. This guy is amazing. So let's go over, let's say hi. I'm gonna put in a request over there. I'm gonna hang out for a while, even though I should be getting in bed. What can I say? It's the weekend. I'm a night owl. Let's see. No ads. Let's go. Let's go.